What a waste. What'd you guess, suicide?
Oh, I'm not guessing anything. And if you were born in this town, you'd know that the current under the bridge flows out to sea and not in.
She's missing her belt.
She comes with her own dog tags.
Mr. Farr's office. Just a minute, please. Mr. Farr, it's Lieutenant Stone, San Francisco Police.
Yes, Lieutenant. What can I do for you? Excuse me, Lady John. Yes, I do know someone of that general description. You mean come down in person? Well, I don't know whether it'd be possible or not. I've rather a heavy day. Incidentally, how'd you happen to get my name?
Well, we'll tell you that when you get here, Mr. Farr.
I suppose I could give up my lunch hour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Farr. Ask for Lieutenant Stone, that's me, or Inspector Keller. Hall of Justice on Bryant Street, Bureau of Inspectors. You got that?
Right.
He's a cool one. He's a hotshot lawyer. Now, would you give up your lunch hour for a dead girl?
That's him.
How do you know that?
They drive like they talk.
He's a real dude lawyer.
You probably have the same tailor.
Where's my jack?
You spend it all on clothes. Best dressed cop on Poverty Row. Mr. Farr!
Lieutenant Stone?
Yes, Inspector Keller.
How do you do?
This way.
You ever been in a morgue before?
No, I never have. Or a police station. My specialty, you see, is corporation law. I never deal with the law at this level.
Well, this shouldn't take too long.
You might even be able to make your lunch date.
Do you know her?
Her name is Holly. Holly Jean Berry.
Girlfriend of yours?
I didn't know her well.
A client?
Not really. I helped her out of a jam. She smashed her car up on a freeway ramp near the Presidio. At the hospital, they found some grass on her.
You acted in court for her, huh?
Never got that far. I just bailed her out.
When was this?
Last Tuesday. A week ago yesterday.
Did she mention her birthplace or anything about her relatives?
She said she came from Tennessee with her brother. She did mention something about an uncle.
Does the brother live here?
As far as I know, she said he belonged to some club or group.
Well, do you remember what club or what group?
Yes, I do. It was Halfway House. He must have had some problem with drugs a while back.
Looks like it runs in the family.
That's the trouble with cops like you, Keller. You equate 3 joints of marijuana with the hard stuff.
Well, Farr, I'm going to tell
Do
you
you mind
something right
signing
now.
right here on the line, please?
That guy is not telling us something. Every time he opened his mouth, he was hiding it.
Well, that's a good lawyer.
Lawyer or not, I'd like to get the whole story out of him, the truth.
A real smart cop, huh? College grad, fancy degree in criminology. Well, let me tell you something. Until we get the preliminary medical reports, we don't have a case. And without a case, we don't have suspects, so don't you treat them like one. Because if you do, I'll have you right back booking shoplifters.
I just got a call from the chief, who just got a call from the mayor. This town's becoming a butcher shop. Ramsey case is the last straw, and what do we come up with? Kid's boot. Wouldn't be so bad if it didn't come right on top of the Donner killing. At least we found both her shoes. Now there's the Berry girl. You see any connection?
Well, it's too early to tell. Little Joe Ramsey and the Donner woman were both mutilated.
Well, the public thinks that those two were murdered by the same killer. That's what the press is feeding. I'm having every blue-coated department asking questions 24 hours a day. We're pulling in anybody that has anything to say about Joe Ramsey. I want you in charge of that interrogation, Mike.
Okay. Let me clear my desk.
Of what?
The Berry girl.
Oh, did you learn anything from that lawyer?
Well, I learned that he doesn't want to say too much about her.
Her brother's name is Delbert. Left Halfway House about 2 weeks ago. Worked at one of their gas stations.
She was about 20. Couldn't have been in the water more than 12 hours. But she didn't drown. Look here. Behind the left ear. She died from a blow to the carotid artery. And there were other bruises.
Well, she was in an accident the week before.
Yes, so I understand. But she wouldn't have survived a contusion of that severity.
Well, then what about the needle marks?
It's too early to tell. They look fresh. No scars.
Any evidence of sexual assault?
No. I'll start the autopsy this afternoon. But my preliminary examination seems to indicate homicide.
Something burning?
3 guesses.
You cops. Richie, get on out here. There's cops in the hall.
Do I look like a cop?
In this neighborhood, you better believe it.
Name is Soretti. What can I do for you officers?
Mr. Soretti, we'd like to ask you about a tenant of yours, a Miss Holly Berry.
I told you she'd be trouble.
Don't mind her. Change makes him jealous, you know what I mean? Fact is, Holly is a nice kid. Hey, is this about her accident? Well, you know, she totaled her car.
She told you that?
No, she hasn't been here in over a week and a half.
Who told you about her brother?
Oh, some guy who said he was a friend of hers.
She have a lot of friends.
Just this guy and her brother. Oh, and her uncle come by 2-3 times.
When was this?
Last week before.
Her uncle, does he live in town?
No, he said he was visiting from out of state. Lost touch with the kids sort of thing, you know.
You know where he stays?
I didn't ask him.
How about the brother?
Well, all I know about him is that he works at a gas station on Lombard, near the bridge. The uncle went looking for him there.
Well, did the uncle know about the accident?
Yeah, but it didn't seem to bother him. He was more interested in finding the brother. Said the brother quit his job and he couldn't find him. Hey, come on, fellas. What's the trouble, huh?
She's the trouble. I told you, you let one of them...
Mrs. Soretti, someone else is the trouble. Holly Berry is dead.
Now, sir, could we see her room?
Yeah, sure.
Is that a new lock?
Yeah. She had it put on herself the last time I saw her. I think it was a week ago Friday.
Was she afraid of something?
Who isn't?
And for this, kids leave home.
We try to make them feel at home.
Say, this, friend who told you about the accident. Do you know his name?
Never saw him before. About his age. But a sharp dresser. Talk nice.
Yeah? Well, how was he dressed?
A suit. With all the flaps. You know, English-like, big wide tie. He had long hair, but neat. Like he'd just come from the beauty parlor.
What do you want?
He came to pick up some of her clothes.
You let him in here?
No, he had her keys. That's how I figured they were friends.
Do you remember what clothes he took?
What clothes? Just clothes. He had an armful. He was in and out of here in 2 minutes.
Did you see him drive off?
How could you miss him? He was driving a yellow Jaguar. You know, vroom, vroom.
That's a nice name. It was my father's name. It means beloved. Hello, David Farr.
Hello.
If you don't like the heat, you get out of the engine room. Or something like that, right?
Right. I'm supposed to be representing my firm.
Well, I'm stuck, too. Come on. Wow.
You must be getting some kind of vibe.
Just listen to the piece.
Don't you like the music?
Yes, but these, private party gigs get to be, real bummers.
Oh, you're with the band.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes when they're really stoned, they let me sing.
Well, I take it tonight that they're not stoned.
No. Tonight is the, VIP trip. Any moment they may get signed to a big contract.
You don't sound too hopeful.
Well, I wouldn't want to badmouth my brother. How does it go? Please don't shoot the electric piano player. But you're the big mouthpiece, and I ain't heard a word out of you yet. So tell me, what's a David Farr?
A David Farr. He's a small-town boy in the big city who's trying very hard to be learned and sophisticated.
David. That's a nice name. That was my father's name. It means beloved. Are you beloved?
I never thought about it. Are you?
I'm beloved.
I bet you are.
Now you're supposed to ask me for my phone number, but I don't have one. So, I'll ask you for your card.
My card? There you are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Farr. Got a few minutes?
What is this, Lieutenant?
We just thought you'd be interested in how we got your name.
So I gave her my card. That's how she happened to call me when she needed help.
Did you know she wore it around her neck?
No, I didn't. What's more, I fail to see what that has to do with her drowning.
She didn't drown, Mr. Farr. Somebody hit her too hard.
A man saying he was a friend of Holly's went by her place last week. He let himself in with her key, told the landlord she'd had an accident, and then drove off with some of her clothes in a yellow Jaguar.
So that's it. I did the girl a favor, and now I'm involved. Come on.
Hi there, David.
Larry. That's a bum spare. I lost my keys last week. There we are.
All right, let's go over it once again, shall we? You met her at a party on Friday. You gave her your card. The next Tuesday, she called you. You bailed her out on a possession rap. And then you took her home.
No, I didn't take her home. That's the point. She was afraid to go home.
Afraid of what?
The accident she had. You see, she insisted that it was no accident. She claimed that some man in a big black sedan tried running her off that freeway ramp. Look, I felt the same way. I thought she was giving me some kind of a line. And she knew that I didn't believe her. But she insisted. She insisted that someone was trying to kill her, that someone was after her. It had to do with something her brother saw in the trunk of someone's car.
What was that?
She didn't know what.
Did she say who this guy was?
No, only that she was to get in touch with him.
What for?
Well, that's what I asked her. She only said that her brother was the only one that knew the reason.
Oh, come on, Mr. Farr. You expect us to believe that? Someone she doesn't know is trying to kill her because her brother saw something in a car trunk. And she's supposed to get in touch with that someone about that? But she didn't know what?
Listen, Lieutenant. I was as confused as you are. I figured I'd better get the girl home. That's when she went to pieces, started screaming. She thought that he'd be there waiting for her.
So you figured the girl was a kook, right?
Where'd you take her far?
To a motel.
What motel?
Plantation on Webster Street.
So you get her off your back, you dumped her at a motel, is that right?
I didn't dump her. I took her where she'd feel safe.
She asked you to get her things.
No, when we got to the motel, she fell right asleep, but I figured that when she woke up, she needed a change of clothes.
That's when you took her purse and went back to her place?
Are you implying that I stole the purse? I didn't. I took her keys, let myself in, left the purse, got the clothes, and brought them back to the motel.
Do you remember what clothes?
Wait a minute. A print dress, green and blue, and a yellow pantsuit.
The yellow pants have a belt in it?
Yeah, I think so. Yellow, same color. And he must have followed me.
Hold it there now. Wait a minute. I didn't catch that.
I said he must have been watching me in front of the rooming house and followed me back to the motel.
Who, Farr? Now, who are you talking about?
Whoever she was afraid of, that's who I'm talking about.
Okay, now, relax. Take it easy. Don't get excited. Now, we're only talking about what you did.
What I did.
Right.
I went to the rooming house, I got the clothes, I brought them back to the motel. She was still asleep when I got there.
And then you never saw her again?
No, I never saw her again.
You left her there, right?
Yeah, that's right, I left her there. What would you have done, Keller? Married the girl?
Here it is. H. Berry. You want the license number?
Please.
Here, take another look. Now, you're sure that's the girl you saw in the yellow sports car?
Yes, I'm sure. He checked in early. She stayed in the car, but I could see her. Pretty little thing. I put him in 3C.
All we want to know is when she left.
Look, if this is about her being underage.
No. They pulled her out of the bay this morning.
Is this the one? I just saw about it on the news. What is happening in this city? All these murders, first that little boy.
All I want to know is when she left, and if she left alone.
Well, I didn't see anyone leave.
Is there anything at all that you remember?
3C. Tuesday night. Yeah. This couple checked into 4C and complained that their television wasn't working, so I went back there to fix it. And there was this awful racket coming from next door.
What kind of racket?
This man and woman yelling at each other. First I thought it was the TV, one of those doctor shows about young people or divorces or something.
Did you see anybody come or go the next morning?
Nope. I did the linen about 10. They'd gone.
Lieutenant, Tony's got a witness on the Ramsey boys' killing.
You type this time.
Right.
No se preocupe, con usted no esté nervioso, nomás queremos la verdad. Well, Lieutenant, I'd like you to meet Maria Ramirez.
¿Cómo está usted?
Bien, gracias.
Maria works for a family named Harrison on Baker Street. Alice Harrison, 6, used to play with Joel Ramsey. Now, Maria remembers seeing Joe get into a car with a man over 2 weeks ago. She speaks no English.
Well, why didn't she come forward sooner?
Well, she just got back from 2 weeks in Tijuana. Her husband can't get into the country.
Now, Maria, just tell me where it is exactly that you saw Joel get into that car.
Exactamente, ¿dónde viste tú a Joel subirse al automóvil?
Enfrente de la casa de la señora Harrison.
Y describa al hombre.
Un hombre grande, fuerte y con barba cerrada, oscura.
Barbado.
What does that mean?
Means beard. She said he had a full, dark beard, bushy eyebrows, drove a black sedan.
You sure of the little Ramsey boys' boot?
After she described it, positive.
Good. Get a description over to Sal's division.
Not the press.
Sure, let them have it. Maybe they'll stay off our backs for a while. They milked the boot, now let them chew on the beard. What about the Berry case?
2 suspects. The boy Wonder here, he likes the lawyer. But me, I'm still trying to track down a guy calling himself her uncle.
Can't you two get together?
Well, then we wouldn't need each other.
No, man, he didn't say why. I just figured he was back on drugs or something, you know, and he was ashamed of it. This place is run by a halfway house, you know.
Did he leave in a hurry?
Yeah. He came in and got 2 days' pay about 9 o'clock in the morning. He said he was quitting. He didn't give any reason or anything.
Well, did he leave with his uncle?
Oh, that guy.
What about him?
Oh, he's bugging me for days.
About what?
Dell. Came in here about 2 hours after Dell quit. Thought I was hiding him someplace.
What did he look like?
Well, he was an oddball. Sort of pale looking. Had a bushy mustache and wore one of them felt hats. He was a real creep.
Okay, maybe Del Berry made a contact. He's back on junk. Uncle's protecting him. So what does it have to do with Holly?
When I see him, I'll ask him.
Hey, where you headed?
Bar's neighbor.
Take it easy now. We've got no case against Farr yet, and he knows it.
Mr. Pyle.
Yes. Well, you're the gentleman that were visiting David yesterday.
That's right. I wonder if you could help us.
What do you want to know?
Have you ever seen this girl?
Oh, her, sure.
She was here when?
She's one of his weekend tricks.
Which weekend?
Weekend before last. Not that I'm a voyeur or anything like that, but who could have missed her? I mean, every time I opened my door, she was either coming or going.
Is this standard procedure, Lieutenant? intimidating witnesses in basements and elevators?
I just thought I'd spare you the embarrassment by not dropping by your office.
I somehow thought that you were above cheap shock tactics.
Well, it just so happens I received a small shock of my own. And if you like, I'll make an appointment with your secretary so we can talk about it.
Be direct.
Like you, Mr. Farr? Not telling me about the weekend you spent with Holly Berry?
So we saw each other. Isn't it understandable that it would be embarrassing for me to tell you that in light of what has happened since? I don't need that kind of involvement.
Well, you're involved whether you like it or not, so why don't you level with me?
I suppose you spoke to Larry Pyle next door.
What else haven't you told me?
What else did he tell you?
He told me you were a green belt in karate.
Haven't you heard about harassment, Lieutenant? Aren't you cutting it pretty close, going around talking to my neighbors, asking them questions about me? How would you like it if I went by your house? Asked your wife a couple questions about you?
My wife has been dead for 2 years, Mr. Farr. And if you feel harassed, I'm sorry. We're just trying to do our jobs.
Then stop hounding me. Find out the man who took Holly from that motel. Find out where she was last week.
Now, we checked that out. And who was or wasn't there that night really doesn't matter, does it? Unless it was the person who killed her.
I think it matters, considering he tried killing her once before.
Well, now, if I remember correctly, you said you didn't believe that story.
I told you before I fell out of the sky. Just a little old piece of sky. Beat you back from the party, mouthpiece.
How'd you get my address?
In the phone book, stupid.
Where do you come from?
I told you I fell out of the sky. Just, a little piece of sky.
A fallen angel.
Well, I don't know about the angel part. I've got this idea. It's a terrific idea. Why don't we take a shower and, make some pancakes?
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
So what?
You eat as though you haven't eaten for a week.
You didn't see me at that party last night. I went back for force. I've got a chicken breast and a chocolate eclair in my bag.
Well, that's great. We can take it on the boat.
You got a boat?
It's out there in the marina. Yeah, we're going sailing today.
Sorry.
Have You have other plans?
No, it's just... Well, I have, not a hypochondriac, well, I have this morbid fear of the water. It's terrible.
Oh. That's too bad.
Yeah.
What else can we do?
Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, where did you disappear to?
Oh, just feeding the parking meter.
Yeah, well, one more trip like that and I'll have the Vice Squad up here. Wouldn't it be easier if I just paid the ticket?
Sugar Daddy.
Or better yet, we could, take your car home.
Nope, can't do that.
How come?
Well, somebody might, wire it with a bomb. You wouldn't want me in a million pieces now, would you?
Oh, I don't know. That might be kind of restful.
You don't believe me, do you?
About the Mad Bomber?
Know about somebody who's after me?
Sure. Sure, with cloven hooves, horns, and a harpoon, huh?
Oh, I'll tell you what you can do. If he gets me, you can send flowers to my funeral. You know, those, big, vulgar chrysanthemums. I love you.
Come on, Holly. Come on out of there.
I happen to like it in there.
It's time I took you home.
I told you I wasn't going to go back there.
Where would you like to have me take you?
Why not your place, huh? Okay. So you want to get rid of me? Okay, mouthpiece. Got a quarter?
What for?
Your swan song. Thanks. See? Now you're mine. Forever and ever.
I thought karate meant without weapons.
Assuredly. But also I'm gardener. Hedge by day, karate instruction at night.
Japanese art of self-defense in Chinatown, huh?
And I, Kenji Hamham, I'm Korean, but American citizen. You wish perhaps enrollment?
No, I'd like to ask you about one of your students, David Farr.
Ah, yes, Mr. Farr. But surely the keys are not police matter.
Keys? What's this about keys?
Keys Mr. Farr claimed he lost last Thursday night.
No, what I wanted to know was how long has Mr. Farr been a student?
6 months. Changhang.
What's that?
Greenbelt. For young man, this art soon mastered. You perhaps wish to observe exhibition tonight by all students of Changi Wong?
Is Mr. Farr going to be there?
Well, assuredly, every Tuesday, Thursday.
I wouldn't miss it. But don't tell Mr. Farr. I'd like to make that my surprise.
My sympathy for missing keys. Understandably, he's disturbed. Their loss preventing access to apartment, boat, safe deposit box. Truly anxiety.
Boat? Farr's got a boat?
Oh, yes. Splendid sailing craft.
Where's the dock?
I'll check it out.
And me, I've got 20 beers to grill before the night's over on that Ramsey case. Every child molester in the county with hair on his face. A real freak show.
The Berry girl. No more question, it's homicide. Her hands have been bound. I found traces of adhesive tape. And all the hair was gone from her wrists. The blow behind the ear finished her, but not before someone really worked her over. I'd say it was a professional.
A youth. You know, if I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't have believed it. Would you?
Clean as a hatchet. You do this anytime you want.
If you gentlemen will excuse me.
Of course. We just dropped by to give you the news.
What news? Did you find him?
No, it's about the autopsy. Miss Berry was killed, all right, but only after somebody worked her over.
The coroner called it a nice methodical chopping.
Now, if you happen to think of anything else, you know where to get in touch with, huh?
Busy. You know, I got a magazine stand, corner Columbus and Filbert. Been reporting to your parole officer? Every third Monday.
What kind of car you drive, Mr. Washington?
Still got the old Studebaker.
Hey, that's a real collector's item, isn't it?
Lieutenant?
What's the license number on that car, Mr. Washington?
Farr. I found his boat at Bayshore Yacht Club. He's,
What can I do for you, Mr. Farr?
The question, Lieutenant, is how you can help yourself from getting hit with a harassment complaint. What is your protege doing snooping around my boat?
Well, like I said before, we're just trying to do our jobs.
You have no right to treat witnesses as suspects, and you know that.
Well, why don't you try and look at it from our point of view, Mr. Farr? For all we know, you could be covering up something. Or someone. Right?
Maybe I can help you.
We need all the help we can get.
Holly's brother said something about seeing something in someone's car. Whatever Holly was afraid of, that's where it all began.
Yeah?
Well, isn't it obvious?
What?
The brother is the key to all of this.
Well, he might be, but he's disappeared.
What if I help you find him?
I don't know about that what if. If you know something, you'd better tell us.
If you keep my name out of the paper.
I can't promise anything, Mr. Farr, except to try and find her killer.
Well, then we're right back to where we started from.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'm making progress just talking to you.
Look, Stone, I've taken enough shoving from you. Now, I know you're getting a big kick out of trying to build a case against me, but you can forget it. I'll go find the brother. Then we'll see what kind of a case you've got.
I thought keeping one's cool was the first lesson in law school.
Let's go.
Say, you people look cold. Sell a house, buy a boat. I'll be doggone if I'm not going to enjoy it. Say, you're the young fellow who was down here before, aren't you?
That's right. Do you know your neighbor, Mr. Farr?
Dave, sure.
Who are you gentlemen? Oh. What's he done?
We'd like to know how often he comes down here.
Oh, weekends, mostly.
Now, before we do any talking, don't you think you ought to tell us why you want to know about it?
Of course. A girl he knew was killed.
They pulled her out of the bay.
Then you must have a certain day in mind.
Tuesday, day before yesterday.
Oh, well, he doesn't usually get down here until the weekends.
You know he was down here on Tuesday, Joe.
Okay, Tuesday. Tuesday night, it was about 10 o'clock. But we don't know it was Dave, Sally.
Well, who could it have been except Dave? You should have seen the way he took the boat out. He practically hit our front end.
Bow, Sally.
Well, they were sure bombed on something.
They?
Dave and a girl.
Now, you don't know that, Sally.
Well, I saw them, Joe, right out of the porthole.
Well, now, why do you think it was a girl?
Well, it was dark, and I could only make out their outlines all bundled up, but she... Well, whoever it was smaller than he was, and, well, he was practically carrying her.
Now, we do this right. With a warrant.
Thank you.
Sorry to disturb you.
Stick around, we'll be back in 15. Hey, you still here?
Andy?
Yeah. You like the music?
Where's Dell?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of his sister's.
You a cop?
No, I'm a lawyer.
How did you find us?
Your agent.
Listen, Delbert isn't seeing anybody. He's very strung out. You dig?
Look, I know he's hiding out. I want to help him before the police do come around. You tell him to meet me here tomorrow night, all right?
You got bread? Maybe he'll show.
Tell him I've got bread.
Got some for me, too?
Я ж сказал вам, я не говорю по-английски. Lieutenant, I'm not sure what it means, but I think he's talking Russian.
Ты не говоришь по-английски?
Нет. Вы говорите по-русски?
No, я не говорю по-русски. He's speaking Russian. Get Kolinsky down here from Vice. He speaks it much better than I do. Tell him it's the Ramsey case.
Well, when he comes in, would you tell him Inspector Keller called, please? That's right, yes. No, he has my number. Right, thank you.
Search warrant come through?
Not yet, but I called Farr's office. He called in sick this morning. And I just called his home. He's not there either. Little travel fever?
Oh, maybe he meant what he said about trying to find her brother.
Mike, he spends a weekend with Holly he doesn't tell us about. He lets himself into her place. He goes off with her clothes. He's seen carting a girl onto his boat Tuesday night. Wednesday morning, she ends up in the bay, killed by a blow to the head like some quick karate chop.
It's too neat.
You're used to complicated cases. This is a neat one.
Sure, it's possible Farr could have killed her. But it's not that simple, buddy boy. Somebody worked her over. Someone really went out to punish her. And I just can't buy Farr as a premeditating killer.
Mike, what was it you used to tell me about human nature?
What?
Human nature.
I said, just watch out for the wolf in people. And that goes for you too, buddy boy.
That's right, but I'm for picking him up.
No, not yet. Of course, Farr could have been on that boat Tuesday night. But somebody else could have worked Holly over and dumped her on him to get rid of.
Wait a minute, you're saying 2 killers? But what's the motive?
If I knew that, I'd know everything.
Now you're back to your mysterious uncle.
I never left him. I'd like to ask Soretti some more about him.
While Farr skips town?
No, while we're waiting for the warrant on his boat. Come on.
Sure she got postcards. Lots of people get postcards who've got no phones.
You know, of course, that her brother sent her a postcard when he left Halfway House saying where he had moved.
I don't make a habit of reading other people's mail.
Oh, come on, Mr. Soretti. Everybody reads them. The mailmen read them. You know that, don't you? You know what? Even I read them. I can't resist them.
He read everything addressed to her.
Shut your face. Well, maybe I read a couple.
Remember the messages?
One, about someone she was supposed to meet.
Who?
Didn't say, just somebody at 6 o'clock or something.
Any address?
Parking lot across the street from the cannery.
What happened to the postcard?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Her uncle picked it up.
What did he look like?
Well, he was pale looking, dark eyes. What I remember most was his mustache. It was like a walrus.
You didn't happen to see what kind of car he was driving, did you?
I don't know what kind it was, but it was black.
Lieutenant Stone, you got that warrant?
No, but I got a guy named Caswell on the phone from the marina. He says it's an emergency.
Tell him we're on our way. All right, hotshot, show me. Drive. What is Mr. Caswell?
His boat, Lieutenant. Inside the cabin.
Don't you think we better get another kind of warrant?
For the arrest of David Farr on suspicion of murder. Did he try to sell his boat?
Yeah, bit off more than he could chew, I guess, what with payments and mainlet slip rentals.
Lots of lookers?
Nah, not really. 2 or 3 he comes down with weekends. One guy come down by himself.
Oh, a friend of his.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Dave gives him his key for a look-see.
Oh, Dave told you this.
No, friend did. Down here Monday lunch, couldn't make it over the weekend. I haven't seen Dave since they hightailed it out here this morning.
What did this friend look like?
He's about 50, I guess. Looks in great shape. Tweed cap, biggest cookie duster you ever saw.
What's a cookie duster?
A mustache.
This is a print found on the boat. And this is another print taken from the body of Miss Berry. They match. This is another print found on the boat. It matches this print. David Jerome Farr, courtesy of the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Any others?
Those were the only ones. The belt, of course, is a perfect match.
All right, what's bothering you? The guy with the mustache?
You bet he bothers me. He was seen at Holly's place posing as her uncle. And now a man with the same description is seen with Farr's keys posing as a buyer for his boat.
We don't know it's the same guy. And even if it is, it doesn't change the fact that Holly was on Farr's boat.
Yeah, but who took her there?
Well, now you're back to your 2-killer thesis.
I don't know. Maybe the uncle was using Farr.
Or vice versa.
You never give up, do you?
Give up? You're the guy that issued the warrant for Farr's arrest.
I know that. I had to. With all the evidence building up against him, but that other guy, that's the guy that gets me. Who was Holly afraid of that she had to change her lock on the door? She didn't even meet Farr until that night.
On whose word? Farr's?
You're getting to be a good cop. You're even giving me a hard time.
Well, I'll give you a harder time. What about the brother?
Oh, he makes it easier. The uncle was after the brother because he saw something. And now Farr's after him, too.
I'll bet he saw something.
He needs him as a witness to clear himself.
Or Farr knows he was a witness and wants to silence him.
Now, look. I know we've got a warrant out for Farr. But I can't tell Malone this case is in the bag. There's too much we don't know.
Well, we are going to know a lot more when we got Farr locked up. And for my money, it's narcotics.
It's keys. It's got something to do with keys. That guy with the tweed cap and the cookie duster, he's got the keys to Farr's boat, and Farr said he lost them.
Kenji's.
Maybe he didn't lose them. He was here today?
2 hours ago. Unaccountably anxious. He made no accusations, but his suspicions were clear.
That somebody stole his keys.
Ah, so you too have spoken with Mr. Farr. He wishes an investigation?
No, his thinking is just 2 hours ahead of mine. And he asked who was here a week ago, Thursday night.
Besides the regular students. Precisely. I told him my recollections. 2 observers. One subsequently joined our Thursday night classes. In fact, there she is. Women's liberation has been most generous for our business.
Lucky for you, eh? And the other observer?
As I told Mr. Farr, most unusual. There was no hair on his head, but he wore a mustache and a full beard.
Real Jack the Ripper weather, huh, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, tow truck's gonna be going all night long.
This uncle, you were saying you finally got him off your back.
Yeah, man. Well, he used to come in here any time, day or night. Till I gave him Dell's sister's address.
Where is he?
Oh, Delbert, he regrets, man. He regrets.
Listen, man. Dell's in trouble, and so am I. He needs me, and I need him. We can help each other. Got it?
Right. Right.
Now, that makes 4, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's seen at Holly's boarding house, then at the gas station where her brother worked, next at Kenji's where Farr's keys disappeared, and last on Farr's boat. The man with a mustache, the uncle.
Wait a minute, you said the guy at Kenji's had a beard.
And mustache.
What does he do, put a beard on for evening wear?
Maybe. But we know one thing for sure now, there's another guy out there.
He's in there.
Yeah, he's there in the deep freeze.
Where you going?
Hey, baby, I done my trick. I'm getting out of here.
Hello, Dell. The man who calls himself your uncle. Who is he?
Oh, that weirdo creep. I never thought he'd turn on Holly Jean.
Then you do know who he is, don't you?
I don't know about no, him. 5 minutes. I'll get me a deck. I'll get well in just 5 minutes.
What was in the car? A guy drives in for a tankful. Shh. He drives in for a tankful, just like any other dude. And you walk around in the back, and you see something. Huh? You remember?
Yeah, I can tell he's got bread. So I figured on hustling him for a new set of tires.
So you can pocket the cash.
Ooh. Man, you so cold.
Where am I cold, Del?
By paying. He didn't pay, see? That's how I hooked him. He put it on his credit card. And I get the receipt, and when I lift the keys to check his spare him back, that's when I seen it.
See what?
Oh, no, man. I ain't telling you that. That's money in the bank, what I seen. All we had to do was just hit him once. We're flying high, Holly and me. We're grooving all the way back to Tennessee.
She's dead.
Them local dudes are gonna pop their gourds. They're gonna say, hey, ain't that them Barry kids in that big California car and all that sweet music booming?
She's dead, Del. She's dead. The dream is over. It's over. Who is the man? Who is he?
I got it right in...
So you got his name. And you saw something that you thought that he might pay you not to talk about. And you told Holly. You made her the go-between.
You crazy man. I didn't tell Holly G nothing.
You used her, Del.
I never figured he'd do it.
You used her. And so did I. I liked your sister. Maybe I even loved her, if I'd have given myself half a chance. But when she needed me the most, I ran out on her. I left her alone. You know the funny thing? I could have saved myself if I had helped her. Now, you and me, we're both in trouble. What's his name?
Maybe it's in there. Maybe it ain't no more.
Keller here. Farr, where are you?
Let me talk to Stone.
Let me see if I can get him.
Trace it.
Look, he's not here right now, but if it's any consolation, we know about the keys.
Then you know somebody stole them.
Well, let's put it this way. We know someone else is involved. The man who posed as Holly's uncle.
Why are you so concerned about me all of a sudden, Keller? You trying to spot the phone that I'm calling from? I'll save you the trouble. I'm in a phone booth off the Embarcadero. I've located Delbert Berry. He's in the old ice house at Sansom and Lombard.
I didn't hear you coming. I got something for you.
What I'm trying to tell you is just be careful, will you, Farr? This guy, whoever he is, might be watching you. He followed you to the motel, and he might have followed you to the brothers' place. We'll be right there.
I've given you everything you need, Keller. The name of the game was blackmail. But the game backfired. I'm hanging up now.
Don't be a fool. Just stay right where you are. You're going to need our protection.
Until you figure this thing out. You're right. I will need protection. From you.
Now, get out an APB on the yellow sports jag. License number...
Wait a minute, I got it.
235 PCE.
235 PCE, yes, sir.
Hank, run a DMV check on this car, will you? Don't say it.
I'm not saying anything.
Say, do you see a TV set around here anywhere?
210-7 on the alarm. KMA 438 clear. All units entered to advise this code 4, no merit for the alarm of the Bank of California, California. Repeating, no merit for the alarm.
Well, he didn't die of an overdose, as you're probably thinking.
That's not what I'm thinking.
He died of a ruptured carotid artery. Exactly like the Berry girl.
He was her brother.
Any report on that car yet?
No, but one thing's certain. He didn't get across the Golden Gate. The bridge is closed. 20-car pileup on the northbound lanes.
We'll get him. Can't get far.
I hope you're right. I've worked for 48 hours straight up. I'm beat.
the moment, tow trucks are working to clear the wreckage from both lanes. But the bridge is not expected to reopen until 1 o'clock this morning. Cars and trucks have been backed up for 3 miles on the Marin County approaches. The Traffic Bureau strongly urges motorists to avoid the area. On the international scene, the United States, the Soviet Union, and Britain, in ceremonies in their capitals, signed ratification papers in a treaty banning nuclear and other mass destruction weapons from the seabed outside a 12-mile coastal zone. Secretary of State William P. Rogers said at the ratification ceremony that the entry into force of the treaty was an important step toward international control over weapons of mass destruction. The treaty, negotiated by the Geneva Disarmament Conference,
Gregory Praxis, 21 Ocean Bluff Drive, San Francisco, 1970 Dodge.
That's over west of Presidio. You think Sacramento can get me a DMV picture on this guy?
It's the middle of the night, Lieutenant.
Oh, no, he's got no record. Come on, Larry, do me a favor. Wake somebody up!
Castro, huh? What do you look like?
Wake up, Mr. Barr. That's better. Now we can talk. Eye to eye.
Who are you?
The first question. Who?
What do you want with me?
Excellent. What and who? But shouldn't you be asking why, Mr. Farr?
Oh.
Ask why.
Why?
Because, like the proverbial mountain, Mr. Farr, you were there. You were there to use. Therefore, I used you.
Oh, no.
Steve.
Oh, yes. Come on, lover boy.
Did you find Farr?
No, but would you settle for an uncle?
Angel of Death, 1957. Diamond hunters encounter a jungle tribe who worship a strange and powerful white man they believe to be the indestructible Angel of Death. Starring Gregory Praxis. Sounds like a real winner. Hey, what does this guy, shave his head or something?
Remember what Kenji said?
Besides the mustache and the beard, the stranger was completely bald.
Where's the mustache and beard?
Read it again, buddy boy. Read it again.
What, the guy's an actor?
Right.
You know, we still haven't answered our original question.
What's that?
What Del Berry saw in the trunk?
Well, maybe Mr. Praxis can answer that, too. Okay. You try it. You ring. Mr. Praxis?
Praxis, yes? Isn't it a little early for this kind of...
I'm Lieutenant Stone. Inspector Keller, San Francisco Police.
How can I help you, gentlemen?
Well, if you don't mind talking out here.
I beg your pardon, Lieutenant. Come in. Inspector. Gentlemen, come in, sit down. Let me offer you some refreshments. Tea or coffee.
No, no, thank you.
No?
Mr. Praxis.
Hmm?
Your name was found on the body of a young man who died last night near the Embarcadero.
Oh, dear.
His name was Delbert Berry.
Berry? Berry? I don't recall any such person. What on earth was he doing with my name?
Well, we think he sold you some gas. You see, we found this oil company receipt on his body with your signature on it. And we wondered what he was doing with the station copy.
I wonder, too. Perhaps he got busy, put it in his pocket and forgot about it.
Well, that occurred to us. You know, there's something else, too. We found a television log near his body. And as you can see, the corner of this page has been torn out, and there's a listing of a very early movie of yours on that corner.
Well, yes, that explains it. Poor fellow must have recognized my name. It's really rather touching, you know. All the television exposure of these old films has made celebrities of Hollywood's relics like me.
Strictly off the record, sir. Where were you last night?
Are you suggesting, Lieutenant?
Oh, I'm not suggesting anything. It's strictly routine, Mr. Praxis. You see, this young man, Delbert Berry, was murdered.
Oh. Last night. Last night, I had my dinner alone, and then I went out for a little while to get a breath of air. You'll excuse me. I'm keeping a cat for a neighbor, and he turns out to be quite a rascal. You sure I can't interest you in some coffee or tea?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Real $3 bill.
Did you feel his handshake? Yeah. Like a vice.
You were saying you went out for a bit of fresh air.
Well, yes, Lieutenant. I own some property in Belvedere. I often drive over there at night, and I walk under the pines. Have you gentlemen finished with me?
Do you remember what time it was when you left?
You mean last night?
Yes, last night.
Oh, probably about 10 o'clock.
And you got back?
Oh, just before midnight. See, I, too, am an inveterate late-night movie watcher. Last night it was Maltese Falcon on Channel 9.
You say you drove to Belvedere. That's across the bay, isn't it?
Yes.
You were back by midnight?
I said that, yes.
There was a 20-car pileup last night. The bridge was closed between 10 and 1. Take the other side of the house.
That gun. I'll break his neck. Throw it away. You cannot hurt me.
This far, he'll be okay.
What about you?
This belonged to little Joel Ramsey.
Chamber of Horrors. That box probably contains half the unsolved murders in San Francisco County.
A real maniac. With a face for every role. There's Holly's uncle. And there's the man that kidnapped and murdered a 6-year-old boy. Sometimes he wore them together. And Holly's brother was the first man to identify Proxus as the killer of little Joel Ramsey. That's why Proxus had to kill Dell and Holly and frame somebody else.
How did Dell identify Proxus?
Give me the keys. There it is.
Come in.
Came by to compare bruises.
How you feeling?
Okay. Guy was some gorilla, wasn't he?
I'm glad you came by.
I'm sorry I misjudged you.
You didn't. The fact is, I could have saved her life.
That's what I felt. Even though I knew you hadn't killed her, I couldn't forgive you for abandoning her at that motel.
Yeah, well, I can't forgive myself.
Oh, come on, let's get off of this forgiving business. Here. I thought you'd like to keep that. Come on, Hotshot. We've got work to do.
Take care.
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Carl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Edmund O'Brien, Tim O'Connor, David Opatoshu. Special guest star Eileen Heckert. Tonight's episode, The 30-Year Pin.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Why didn't you press him?
Nah.
After all the favors you'd done for him, the least he could have done was answer a few questions.
Well, maybe he didn't have the answers.
I'm telling you, he was waiting for you to press him.
Some other time when I really need him.
Why is it? Everybody always owes you a favor and you never collect.
Look, are you going to talk or drive?
Unit 512, we have a 211-217, 2944 Columbus Avenue. See the man. 54 rolling.
Columbus Avenue. That's Charnovsky's beat.
Charnovsky, your old buddy?
Uh-huh.
Well, let me ask you something. When Charnovsky was breaking you in, did you
Unit
two...
12, Unit 44, proceed code 3 to 2944 Columbus. 217-0.
217-0. Somebody shot Gus? Come on, move it.
He's a goner.
Like hell. Now you put him in that van and get in here and move it. Come on, come on. Come on, stand back. Let him get through, please. Stand back. Get him. Listen to me. Get the robbery detail and have OIE report to me at the hospital. Pick up Stella Charnovsky and bring her too.
Mike, they said he's dead.
He's alive. He's gotta be. Hold on, Gus. Hold on. If you're there, Gus, hold on. This is Mike, Gus. Now, you've got a hole in you. It's not small. But it's not big enough to stop an old harness bull like you. Gus. You're alive, Gus. You're in the trauma van. We're rolling down Jefferson. Now, we'll have you on that table in just 3 minutes. You hear me, Gus? And you give those fellas an extra 5 and they'll fix you up as good as new. You know that, don't you? Stell's on her way, Gus. She's not gonna let you get out of that trip you promised her. Hang in there, fella. We're on the Embarcadero now. Gus, you're steamed, aren't you? Huh? You're steamed at that punk who shot you. Market. We just crossed Market, Gus. 1 more minute. You hear me, Gus? 1 more minute. And then you'll take a few days to recover, and I'll wheel you into that banquet room in a wheelchair. Then you'll pick up your 30-year pin sitting down. Brian, Gus. Here we are, Brian. Gus. Gus, it's your buddy. Stell's on her way, Gus. Potrero, Gus.
We're here, Gus. Gus. Gus, we're here. You hear me?
Outside, Mike.
I stay. Sandy, give me a mask.
Outside, Mike.
Hold on, Gus. Hold on, Gus. You hear me?
Now, let's move. This man's going under.
You know Gus? Just through Mike. I gather they're pretty close, though.
You hear them tell it they're brothers. You know Michael?
Since I became a detective about 2 years ago.
They go back 30 years. They walked the Tenderloin together then.
It's a rough part of town.
They worked dog watch 6 nights a week. You couldn't keep them apart on the 7th.
They do miracles with that trauma unit, Mrs. Charnovsky. Really.
Thank you. I just hope we won't need a miracle.
Joe. Stone. Give me McCready.
Calling Dr. Westfield. Dr. Westfield.
Mac. Stone. What have you got on Charnovsky? What do you mean, nothing? No, I won't. Take it easy. Have you got Gus's reports on your desk?
Dr. Marsden,
Well, where are they? I know, but he knew every punk in his district. Who have you got heading this robbery detail? Yes, I told him to report to me at the hospital. I don't care if I'm overstepping my authority or not. I want some action.
Well, he's alive. He's hanging by a thread, but he's alive. I heard what you did. The steward told me he was a short deal away, but you kept him with us.
That's a lot of baloney, and you know it. Whatever happens, happens in there. I thank you for it.
Well, I think he heard you. Mr. Charnovsky.
Yes.
He's not in good shape by any means. He has a hole in him. Needs a lot of blood.
Will he live?
Well, he's responding, but I can't make any promises.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh, Mike. I'll make you a promise, Del. No matter what happens, I'll get that punk who did it. Come on, sit down. Let me get you a chair. Take it easy. Relax. And if you need anything, Steve will get it for you.
I'll be all right.
There's Dad. He said he'd be here. Wait, as soon as he could.
He's already had half an hour.
Mike, he's here.
Hello, Mike. How is it? Not good. What have you got?
Let's see. Well, the suspect is 5'10", 5'11", weight about 150, Caucasian, approximately 30 years old. Tan shirt, dark trousers, dark shoes, entered the shop in the rear. Pulled the gun on the owner at approximately 4:40 p.m. Wore a stocky mask over his face. Took $324 cash drawer and $110 in Beeman's purses. Officer Gustav Charnovsky entered the shop in the rear, approximately 4:45. Suspect fired at the officer, and then he fled. Beeman couldn't give us any more.
No jewelry taken? Well, then how'd they get away? The back door, the front door, run, walk, vehicle?
We're still checking, Mike. I've only got 2 men.
Well, no good, Roy.
What do you mean, no good?
You got nothing.
Come off it.
Come off it. I'm coming on it. I'm taking this case.
Wait a
This
minute.
one's mine, Roy. And don't say it. Don't say a word. Don't say that I'm overstepping my authority. And don't say that you've done the best job you could so far, because you did nothing. A rookie cop could have gotten more information than that. Well, how much time do you think we had? Let me tell you something, boy. If this punk gets away, it's because you blew it.
Where do you come off anyway, Stone? Somebody appoints you commissioner overnight or
If you
something?
don't like what I'm doing...
Don't like what you're doing?
That's right. If you don't like what I'm doing, then you just file a complaint. Lieutenant Stone, homicide. Open up.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not a young man, and after what happened today...
What happened today might have kept you from getting any older. If the best cop in the city hadn't laid his life on the line.
I'll just be a minute. I told you robbery people all I know.
Where were you standing when that punk came in? Facing this way?
No.
And he came in through the back?
Yes.
And you heard nothing?
Sure I heard him. I turned around and there he was.
And what did he say?
Well, I don't remember exactly.
Oh, come on, think, try.
Well, I think don't move and don't reach for anything.
Then?
Then he told me to pull down the blind and put up the close sign.
How did he talk?
Huh?
Did he have an accent or anything like that?
No.
Okay, then what?
Then he told me to stand there.
Where, here?
And then he took the money.
Who opened the cash register, you or him?
Oh, he did.
How? Which finger?
Which finger?
Yeah, which finger did he use to open the cash register?
Well, I think it was this one.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Right-handed?
Yeah, you're right, because he shifted the gun to his left hand while he took the money.
Now, the money that you had in your pocket, how did he get that?
Well, he asked for it, and I gave it to him.
How?
I put it in his hand.
Here, like this?
Yeah.
Then you were close to it. How about his breath? Could you smell it?
I don't remember. Booze. Maybe beer.
Tobacco?
No, I don't...
The mask. What about the mask? What color was it?
I don't know.
Now, you're a married man. You know about women's stockings. Now, what color was it? Black, white, tan, green, red, what?
Tan.
Light or dark?
Light.
And what about the toe and that band around the top?
How should I know?
All right. You say he was in a shirt?
Yeah.
Short or long sleeves?
Sleeves long.
Shoes, black or brown?
Brown.
What kind? Come on now, what kind?
Well, new, like mod-like, with brass buckles.
All right, now there's more about the shoes. What?
Yeah, the toes seemed
Go on.
scuffed. And the only reason I noticed it was like my kid shoes used to be.
Good. Now, how about the brand?
Italian, maybe. Square toe, like they show in the bootstrap shop.
Anything else?
His trousers, the pants, they were baggy in the knees. Not as expensive as the shoes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I didn't realize I noticed so much.
Here, now, how did he walk? Like an athlete or a leadfoot?
Oh, about average.
And his attitude, was he calm, cocky, uptight, what?
Nervous. Shot Gus, didn't he?
Yeah, mustache?
No mustache. Sideburns, maybe, I think.
Good. Good, Joseph. Come on, let's get you home.
I hope I was of some help.
How long ago did you get the Charnovsky slug?
Well, just now.
In 15 minutes, I want to make on that gun.
Figures. I better go now.
Hey, Mike. We gotta talk. I'm gonna run this to the computer.
Fine.
Now listen.
No, you're right. I was way out of line. But a policeman's been shot, a brother. And there's some born scum out there who's laughing about it right now, and I want to see him nailed.
Yeah, I understand.
I just want to make sure that the law stands by a man who spent his whole life trying to make it work.
Well, okay. You call the shots, and I'll tell him alone.
Thanks. I'll see you in Stacks.
You want some coffee?
Just black. Wiley, the car. Someone spotted a blue '69 Ford coupe leaving the scene. Now get a make on every registered owner within a mile answering that description. Sharp, mug books to the jewelers.
At this hour of the night?
He's awake. I just left him. Now get the car witness. And anybody else in the neighborhood who may have seen anything and have them here at 8 a.m. looking at the mug books. Lessing, I want you to check ballistics against gun sales. Oh, yes. Pick up 6 more men, recanvass the whole area. There must be more eyewitnesses.
Right. Here.
Thanks.
What do you want me to do?
Here, take this. Check the hospital. See how Gus is doing, will you?
Oh, Mike, these cards just came through, so I punched up a couple of dozen junkies, ex-cons, and all-around losers in the neighborhood. We're checking everything, Mike.
Yeah, thanks.
Mike? Are you all right?
Mike, Gus is conscious.
Take it easy, Mike. I held on, Mike.
How you feeling?
Hurts. And how much did he get?
It's in about 400 in cash. No jewelry.
He was 5'10", light hair, long, tan shirt, dark trousers, dark shoes, scuffed to the toes, 38 special. He was right-handed.
Listen, I just wanted to make sure you weren't trying to walk out of here again. Now, you take it easy, understand? We'll talk about this later.
He has to live in the neighborhood, Mike. This was a seat-of-the-pants operation.
The junkie?
He didn't feel like a junkie, but why else?
Why else would a guy rip off $400 in cash and not touch a case full of jewelry?
Yeah.
That's for my noodle. You got a trip to plan. Take it easy now. Oh, Lewis. I'm sorry. Where have you been? I've been leaning on that bell for 5 minutes. Charnovsky's here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll see to him right away.
friend, you're blowing it.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you something. Somebody's getting... Mike, how many times you try to tell me that finding the truth's a head game? You gotta keep your fists in your pockets, your feelings out of the way.
Come on, let's go.
Look, I'm with you. Anywhere, anytime. But I gotta know what you're doing. And what's more important, you gotta know what you're doing. Now, this isn't like you, Mike. I mean, you've always got to plan some form of action. Well, if you got one now, let me know about it. Don't just send me off to run errands.
You're a bright boy. Be bright enough to read me and stay out of my way on this one.
You can do this alone, aren't you?
Then give me the keys.
Oh, Mike, come on.
Give me the keys.
Chicks like this and Cokes, you gotta see 'em to believe 'em. All right, honey, that's enough. Your timing's fantastic, fella. Show's just starting. You gotta see 'em to believe 'em, folks. You can't see 'em on the outside. You gotta go on the inside. Say, fella, your timing's fantastic.
Suslow, Eddie Suslow. Lieutenant Stone.
I gave it to your office.
How about going over to my car and talking this over?
Some other time. Okay, man. Deja.
How about that liquor store hold up on 23rd and Folsom?
Okay.
And the supermarket.
I already told you guys all I know about that. Man, I get bounced from this gig. What's left?
There was a robbery today. Jewelry store over by Ghirardelli. I want the man who did it.
You got the wrong cat.
I know. My man is 5'10". Sandy hair, sideburns, right-handed. He used a .38 to cut down a cop.
Shot a cop? He can't be all bad. Okay, take it easy.
Now you know what's walking, running, and crawling. You know who's hard up and who's holding on. I want you on the street with your ear to the pavement, and I want the name of that punk who pulled that trigger. You just call me every hour on the hour.
Or what?
You just be 2 minutes late. I'll show you or what.
Cokes is the place, folks. The home of the blue movies. You gotta see 'em to believe 'em. You can't see 'em from the outside. You gotta step on the inside, folks.
Jarvis. Police.
What do you want with me? I'm clean.
Where were you at 4:45 yesterday?
Why?
Because I'm asking.
I'm not asking you, leave
Where?
You got no right hassling me like this.
Well, then what are you hiding?
I told you I'm clean.
You'd starve to death trying to keep clean. Open the closet.
What?
Open it. I just want to see your wardrobe. You want to show me, right? were you at 4:45 yesterday? And you better have an airtight alibi.
Can't take nothing. You got no right taking that.
Give me that gun.
Gun, I got no...
Come on!
Hold it!
All right, over there.
Come on, get over there! Come on!
Hands down. Feet apart. Get them apart. He's clean.
He's got 3 counts of armed robbery, and that junk downstairs is a fresh buy. Bring him here.
Come on. Go.
Come here. Move. I say you breathe for that with Gus's blood.
Let him go, Mike. Let him go. Gus is all right. He's asking for you. He's all right, Mike. If you had your radio on, you'd know. Been trying to get you the last hour.
Gus.
Yeah. I got him, Mike. I got him. All right, put your hands behind your back.
Get him behind your back.
I got him, Mike.
Hold him for me.
He's out of his skull.
Let's go.
Man, you're gonna kill me, man! It was self-defense. I could just see it coming, you know?
You got a fresh score, huh?
I don't have to say nothing to you. What's all that about somebody getting killed? You gonna try to pin that one on me, too, huh?
An officer was shot.
Cop.
Get up there. We see if you get off.
You think I did it, huh?
The lieutenant does.
Well, he's wrong, man. I never killed nobody. You said something about a time. What time?
Yesterday, 4:45.
Yeah, 4:45. I can prove where it was. I was with people.
Good. Who?
A bunch of guys that were throwing dice.
Where?
At a bar over in Union in the back room.
They're near your deli?
Yeah.
That's where the guy got killed. Now get up there.
Down, man. Come on, I'm leveling. I never left that game, I swear.
Well, you better hope you can get somebody else to swear, or you're in a lot of trouble. Come on.
Hi, Mike.
I hear he asked for me.
Hey, buddy.
Gus? No one asked for me?
No. I'll be back in a few minutes.
But we're glad you're here. Give us a minute. That's all. Okay.
Sure.
You got anything?
I think so.
Good. I'm not gonna make it.
Oh, come on. Now, what are you talking about?
Truth. Truth, Mike, remember? What we spent our whole lives looking for. Checking out.
Nah. Listen, Gus, you're just tired.
Helps Stell, huh? She thinks she can handle it, but she can't. Funny. You know, it makes me feel easier some way, knowing. Help her, Mike. She's a good woman. Help her, huh? Mike?
Oh, Gus, you...
Oh, there. Oh, what happened to the time, Gus? I have so much I want to say. Yeah.
This guy you got, you sure he's the right one?
Well, I'm going to find out.
The truth, Mike. Remember,
That's the first thing you taught me, Gus. It's the last thing I want to forget.
Get still.
Lieutenant Stone, we're holding a call for you at the desk.
Thank you. Get Dr. Ford in there.
Certainly.
Yeah, Stone.
Mike, I think we got something.
Jarvis?
No, he can prove he didn't do it, but his proof turns up some names and maybe a motive. Now, when Gus got it, Jarvis was shooting craps at a dive on Union Street 5 blocks away. With 6, maybe 8 guys, right? Now, get this. One of the guys was losing big. He taps out and splits. He comes back in less than half an hour with $400.
What?
That's right, $400. And the scuff shoes, remember those scuff shoes? Maybe that explains it. A roller. He's on his knees shooting. And the time fits, 4:30 to 5. What do you think? Guy's losing big early, needs more money, he takes off.
Got a name?
Yeah, Fisher. Cal Fisher. You know him. Mike?
Yeah.
I said you know him. You busted him once on an assault with a deadly weapon. So what do you want to do? You want me to wait for you here? Listen, I got his address. It's a boarding house on Mariposa. Just the side of the slot. Mike?
Yeah, sit tight.
Sure. No, I understand, right. Of course. As soon as he comes in, Mr. Suslow, I'll tell him. Right, okay. Thank you.
Who's this Suslow?
Some guy Mike pumped, and he must have done a heck of a job because this guy sounds off like an alarm every hour on the hour.
Anything?
Nothing.
What about that name Jarvis gave you?
I gave it to Mike.
Where is Mike, anyway?
Well, I don't know. He should be here by now. I called him at the hospital about 20 minutes ago.
Gus Charnowski died about 20 minutes ago. Yeah. Mike ever talk about Gus?
No.
Good cop, Gus. Helped Mike Stone be a good cop, too.
What do you think it is makes a guy stay on the beat that many years?
Well, the beat's the best duty on the force. If you're big enough and strong enough and smart enough to hack it. Charnowski hacked it. Mike comes in, ask him to stick his head in, will you?
I don't think he's going to come here, Roy.
Why?
Well, you know how he's been acting, and I know how I'd feel if it was Mike. They just put under a sheet. And I think I blew it because I just turned him on to the name Jarvis told us about, the guy we're looking for.
Nah, he's too experienced. He's not going to get himself wasted.
What's wasted if he cuts down a guy he should bring back alive?
Maybe you better give me that address and you get rolling. And I'll get back after this.
That one.
Mr. Garland, Lieutenant Stone, San Francisco Police. Open the door, please. Get back in there.
Silva, who's there?
Police, Mr. Fisher.
Up there, number 5, they were shooting. But they're gone. Down the back stairs to the alley.
Evan, stay here. Ike, get out! Take the alley.
You come with built-in radar.
I could hear you running.
He's in here somewhere.
And the next couple exits sealed off.
He's unarmed, Mike.
Get up.
Coffee.
How is she?
Okay.
That's gonna be tough.
She grew up tough.
Hey, what time you got?
1:45.
I'll blow us to a lunch. Go over to Mama's.
I've got bread.
Aren't you the guy who kept telling me to know when to call in my IOUs?
Yeah?
So what have you got against a good clubhouse sandwich?
Nothing. I just don't see you owing me anything, that's all.
Maybe you're right. I ought to make you pay after that con job you pulled on me.
What are you talking about?
Gus wanting to see me?
Yeah.
You did all right. You didn't lose your head. It's a good thing, too. I guess I wasn't using mine much, was I?
But you had reason.
Nah, I was way off base. Don't ever let me catch you off base that far. That's no way to operate. You know, there's one thing you've always got to remember.
Mike, if I let you buy me lunch, can I skip the lecture?
Well, how you ever going to learn anything?
Of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Carl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars Janice Rule, James Olsen, tonight's episode, The First Day of Forever.
Thank you.
About ready, love.
What's our hurry?
I just thought if you need all that stuff, maybe you've got the wrong girl.
Girl?
Bartender, may I have another champagne cocktail, please?
Hey, come on. You didn't mean anything by it, you know? Come on, baby. Look, sales are my game. Would I pay the price if I didn't like the package? Hmm?
Thank you.
Is it far to your place? I mean, is it walking distance?
No, it's a taxi ride. Why?
Well, I don't know if they padded the bill, or maybe I drank more than I thought I did. Hey, look, it's getting kind of late out, and well, don't be sore, but it's a little tough to handle your kind of action on the size of my expense account, you know.
Sure, I know.
You're a good kid. I mean that. Here.
Lady, here, you are what? Stay right here. Just stay right here. Somebody call a cop. Somebody call a cop!
You mean the only 12 nights I've had off all year?
All right, how about tomorrow? Dodgers again? Huh? We can go out early, grab a couple of hot dogs, watch batting practice?
Mike, you ever stop to think maybe I want to see someone with a face a little prettier than yours once in a while?
All right. All right, if I didn't know how much you hated baseball, I could take that personally. Stone. 219. Got it. 219 at Jackson and Montgomery.
That's another cutting. Think maybe that's our man?
Right into town. Let's move it.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Lieutenant.
Morgan, what do we got?
Well, the MO looks like the same kook as before.
It's another hooker?
Beverly Landau, no middle initial, no age given. Lives at 813 Shea Towers, so business must be pretty good.
Where is she?
The ambulance just left for General.
Still alive?
Bad slash on the left forearm, that's all. Pretty shook-up lady, though.
3 of her sisters in the morgue in the last 5 weeks. I'd say she got off lucky.
Anybody see it?
Well, a truck driver from an all-night pharmacy. He said he had a rush delivery, so I let him go. His name and numbers here in the report.
What else have you got?
Well, he says he hit this guy when he dashed out on the street after the hooker. He said the guy went down pretty hard, and as he ran off, he was limping. Like, maybe he hurt his right leg pretty bad.
Is there any other description?
Well, not much. He said the guy was wearing a dark hat, dark top coat, dark trousers, and dark shoes.
Well, we have a lady in the hospital having a dark night, so let's move it. See you, Morgan.
Yeah, now that's going to be pretty sore for a while. I'll write up a prescription for you. Would you like something to help you sleep?
To sleep, perchance to dream. Why not? What can happen?
I'll leave the prescription at the nurse's station.
Thank you, good doctor.
Barry, do we have a few minutes?
Sure, Mike.
Did you happen to have a cigarette?
Sorry.
No.
Miss Landau, now that you've had some time, do you think you could identify the attacker?
I'll leave all that behind me. And that's what time will do, Lieutenant. I'm very tired now, and I'd like to go home.
Well, how about the man you left the lounge with?
Wasn't him.
You're sure?
Quite positive.
It wasn't anybody you knew?
Why should it be?
We checked your record, Miss Landau. We know you've been booked for prostitution.
Well, Mayor always said he's got the country's finest force. No, it wasn't anyone I've ever seen before.
Maybe if you came down to headquarters and took a look at some pictures.
Got enough pictures, all in living color. I just want to go home.
And maybe you'll change your mind on the way.
I can take a taxi.
What would the mayor say then?
All right. I'd offer you a drink, Lieutenant, but I know you're on duty.
Yeah, well, we'll just look around. It'll help fill out the report. Bedrooms are upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
That's a beautiful kitchen.
Thank you.
Say, Steve, you know what it's got?
What?
It's got one of those, blenders built right into the countertop.
You like books?
Yes.
Say, I don't like that fire escape right off your balcony.
It was a terrific selling point when I took the lease.
Yeah, I know. Like feeding fastballs to McCovey.
What? Oh, too easy.
Way too easy. Steve?
Lady said no.
Oh, I think she meant maybe. What do you say? 3 days?
Lieutenant.
We're dealing with a maniac, Miss Landau. In less than 5 weeks, he's butchered 3 other...
You don't have to be delicate. I've read the papers. Excuse me. Hello? Who is this?
I asked you where you'd been, Beverly. Did you think I'd let you go?
Who are you? Who are you?
That doesn't matter. What matters is you. You must die. You will die.
Pack a bag.
No. More sex offenders.
That's right.
After a while, they all start to look the same.
Yeah, I suppose they would.
Yeah, I'll call you at 0800. Thanks. We work for a good man, you know that?
He give us the night off?
Oh, he gave us the green light.
Sure he did, to keep that red one burning.
Listen, buddy boy, we're not working vice now. And we've got no charges against that woman. What we've got is a homicidal maniac out there running around loose, and he's a sick man.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I mean it.
Okay.
He's counting on people like you, me, everybody. Betting that we don't care. Well, I care. I want to catch him. And I don't care why you care, but you care. You got that?
All right, what's the blueprint?
Well, if this maniac is looking for an address, we'll keep her out of her own place, but we'll have a team in it and on it.
What do you want to do with her?
Well, you hide her out while I'm beating the bushes.
What? Okay, all right. Where do I take her?
Malone said to keep it cheap. How about over on the Embarcadero, the Kennedy?
Lovely spot, terrific.
Just phone in the room number, and don't let anyone in but me.
Okay.
One more thing. Get her trick book. I want to cross-check it with the one we found on the last girl. Kelly, Stone homicide. I want a woman officer on a stakeout team. 813 Shade Towers. Yeah, that would be fine. A 3-shift rotation. Good. 1 man in and 1 man out. Right. I've got the key. We'll send him down.
There's got to be over 200 names in this thing.
Anybody we know?
I always thought you were a voyeur.
I find out what that means. You could be back driving a black and white again.
Well, you'll know where to find me, that's for sure. We're here.
Okay. 408. Looks over the water. You and the missus will love it.
Where's the telephone?
Top of the stairs.
Why didn't you tell him?
The clerk? So he can tell somebody else? Stone's office, please. Who's this, Les? Hi, Steve. Is Mike there? No, just tell him it's room 408 and the telephone number is 362-9296. No, wait a minute. You better give him to him. Hang on. Look, don't run off, all right? All right, give him to me. Yeah? Yeah, I got it. Wait a minute, is that Joslin? Yeah. All right, I got it. Look, tell Mike I'll take care of it. He is? All right, I'll see you later. Guy's on the street already.
What?
He ran your book through the computer with the last victims, and he came up with 6 names that you both knew. You recognize any of them?
Nope.
Not one?
Sorry. I think the room's down here on the left. Well, darling, I think we just must do something about your expense account.
Close the door, would you, please?
Yes, sir. Ah, looks out over the water.
Go ahead.
Terrific.
Look, I don't feel any more comfortable about this than you do, but we're just gonna have to sit tight while Mike does some checking.
Mike?
Mm-hmm.
And you're?
Inspector Keller.
Miss Landau.
Nice to meet you.
You don't talk much, do you, Inspector? Peeling paint, torn curtains, cracked lampshade. Terrific. Just about says it all, doesn't it? Everything you've been thinking about me. That's my, what do you call it, M.O.?
Look, if you want, we can go to another place.
No need. If the shoe fits. Right? Hey. You're a reader. Ever make it through this cover to cover?
No.
You've got a long night.
In case you get cold.
Howard Jocelyn?
I know you.
Lieutenant Stone. Keeping pretty late hours, aren't you?
Show me something that says that's illegal.
Well, show me something that proves where you've been between 10 and 11 last night.
Ah, no, look.
Here or downtown, Jocelyn. Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, I hope it does, Lieutenant. I really hope it does. You see, I was on a great big bird of about 30,000. Maybe somewhere just east of Denver.
Maybe won't make it.
How about the plane ticket? Inside pocket.
Easy. Right hand. Thank you.
You okay?
Where were you? What happened?
I had to make a phone call. Come on now. Somebody get back to bed.
I was dreaming.
I know you weren't. Good night.
Good night.
Lieutenant Stone, is it?
That's right, Mr. Graham.
It's just that my secretary kind of took me by surprise when she said police.
Well, you don't happen to have a parking ticket out, do you?
I just don't have that much to do with the police.
Most people don't.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
May I get you something? Coffee?
No, I'm happy, thank you.
All right.
Hey, that's an interesting piece.
Oh, you're thinking it's a little out of place here in this jungle?
Something like that.
Just a reminder of humility. I started out in the basement with a business college course in accounting, a suit with 2 pairs of pants and a pair of shoes that didn't go with either pair of pants. And I've been given a lot through the years. I don't want to forget what others have given. Is there something I can do for you, Lieutenant?
Yes, Mr. Graham. Did you happen to know a Eleanor Palmer?
Palmer? No, not that I recall.
Beverly Landau?
May I ask what this is all about?
It's a homicide investigation, Mr. Graham. You see, you say that you didn't know either of those women, and yet they both carried your name and telephone number. Now, how do you suppose that happened?
Eleanor. Poor Eleanor. I never knew her last name.
Well, you knew she's dead.
Yes, Oh, it's horrible.
Beverly Landau?
Yes. Of course, nothing's happened to Beverly.
Well, she was hurt, and I'm trying to find out who did it.
Hurt?
Yes.
Oh, am I interpreting you correctly? You think I'm the one who's going around stabbing those girls?
No, I think that whoever did it knew them, and that the 2 of them knew you.
But surely there were others.
Yes.
It wasn't me, Lieutenant. It's strange. It's all in your point of view, isn't it? I mean, from up here, everyone is the same down there. But I met Beverly Landau down there at a time when I needed a lot more than I could pay for. If she's in trouble now, I'd like to help her.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be all right, Mr. Graham. And if you'd rather I left through another door...
Oh, no, certainly not. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know.
I will, Mr. Graham. Thank you.
Certainly.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh. You didn't.
No. No, just the pages that were turned down.
I don't believe it.
How's your arm?
It's still there.
I got some instant coffee in the bathroom.
Instanter, the better. Oh, hold it. I should earn my keep somehow. Wonder what old Dr. Freud would say about that.
So speaking about motivations and all that jazz, why would a guy who's 20 what?
28.
Nobody's 28.
Just had a birthday.
I mean, you like to read. And you're going to college, right?
Right?
Well, why at the police department?
Steve, it's Mike.
Hey.
Room service.
Ah, Lieutenant, you saved us from drinking the hemlock.
What?
Socrates. That's how he killed himself. He drank the hemlock.
Oh, yeah, hemlock. I know, yeah, Socrates. Yeah, wasn't that, wait a minute now, that small, crazy Frenchman who became emperor when he married that, help me out. You know who I mean, that, Elizabeth, right?
I think we just fed McCovey a fastball there.
Believe me, it's not the first time.
Yeah, get them while they're hot. Sinkers.
Well, you got anything?
Mm-hmm. 3 fast strikes. You're up, buddy boy.
Oh, wait a minute. What about the phone tap?
No calls.
Nothing?
Nope. None as of 20 minutes ago. And while you're looking for that guy with a bad leg, I'm going to be resting 2 tired feet.
Mike, I have to talk to you outside for a minute.
Sure. Sure.
Steve, take care.
Steve, now wait a minute. This was your game plan.
Okay. Okay. What is it?
I think there was somebody outside the door last night. And I was half asleep, but I heard the door handle, footsteps. And when I came out, that window down there was open. I think we ought to get it dusted.
I think maybe I ought to dust you. Didn't I tell you to keep that door locked?
All right, Mike, okay. But if that guy hasn't called yet, maybe I wasn't hearing things. Maybe he phoned her from someplace close by last night, saw us, knows what we're doing with her, where she is.
You just keep your thoughts up front, buddy boy. Because if he's on this list, he could be opening a door with a weapon in his hand.
Okay, I'll handle it. But you'll get the window.
Yeah, I'll get the window.
I left the keys on the dresser.
Okay.
Mike, keep the door locked, all right?
Get out of here. You're a discard. Oh, you broke up that pair of 5s, didn't you, huh? Got you on the run.
No, I deserve it. I was thinking, I sort of got angry with Steve last night for picking this place.
He didn't pick it, I did. Sorry, but we're on a budget.
Yeah, well, why'd you pick him?
Steve had to.
What do you mean he had to?
He cares. Say, what did you discard the time before last? Oh, 9 of hearts. Mm-hmm.
Mike, open up.
I told you. Easy on my leg, huh?
He says he heard it water skiing in Tahoe.
True. Hi, baby.
You know this man? Was this the man that attacked you?
No.
Look, Beverly, you don't have to be afraid.
No, it wasn't him.
But you do know him.
His name is Sonny Lane. But Sonny doesn't kill people with knives.
That's not nice. Come on. I mean, business is business.
The other girl, Eleanor Palmer. She work for you, too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know just what I'm talking about, man.
I don't know what you're talking
Okay, Lane, come on, get lost.
Hey, you're looking really good, Bev. Which two? You lose some weight or something? Hey, when are you finished with all this?
Everybody sit down. Hey, go on, you come up, you punk. You take a walk. Go on, take a walk. And maybe you could use a cold shower, too.
Now, I asked you about all those names. Why didn't you tell me?
What was I supposed to say? He was my business manager till I got too old.
I'd like a breath of fresh air.
I think you both could use some fresh air. Just keep me posted on the location.
I'll be at headquarters.
Sorry about that whole scene.
It's all right. I'm sorry, too. I mean, Mike told me the room wasn't your idea.
Let's see if I can do something that is my idea. Is Inspector 81 to headquarters?
Go ahead, 81.
Hi, could you tell Stone there will be 10-7M at the Wharf Rat, please?
Roger.
10-7M.
Yeah. M is in meal.
At the wharf.
You said you wanted some fresh air. It doesn't come any fresher.
That's terrific.
You say it's a positive print? Okay. I'm rolling. Listen. I want 2 backup units to meet me at 1413 Pine Street, 21st floor. Suite 211.
Found you, man?
The prints on the window we dusted check out to a Lauren Graham. You'll find the IDs on my desk. I'm going after a warrant. You put out a full APB. Suspicion of murder.
Oh, smell good.
It's fantastic. You want to hear something crazy? All the time that I've lived here, I never had one of these. Tastes good?
I don't know. I've never had one either.
I'm gonna have to call in a new 10-7.
Could we have our M first?
Sure.
I mean, over here, there's something so delicious, so scrumptious, so... Look at that.
Is that fresh shrimp?
I'm sorry, Miss Winters, but I wouldn't be here with a warrant if it weren't important.
Yes, I understand, Lieutenant, but it's all a bit strange. Oh.
He's our man, all right.
Oh, it can be. It can be. He's such a gentle man. Oh, he works so hard. His discipline is...
Nothing, just picking up a little on the local color.
I forgot. You have to look at things a little differently than most people,
Well, I wouldn't say you have to, but it gets that way, yeah.
You know, you never answered my question about why.
Why I became a cop. Just seemed the right thing.
Oh, because it's public service.
No, we don't serve, at least not the way it sounds. We just react against anyone who dares society to deal with them. Guess there has to be somebody around to do that.
But why you?
Why not somebody else? Guess that's what's wrong with a lot of things, isn't it?
The hooker and the cop. Whole world spits on us, but they can't get along without us. You know that we work the same lousy hours, see the same lousy people, and we get the same lousy stares if anybody happens to know what we do. Well, somebody's got to do it, so here we are.
I don't think you like your job.
I survive. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, come on, baby. It's been that way from forever.
Well, forever can start whenever you say so. As long as you're around to make a choice. That's what that book was all about you laid on me last night. Choice. And do me a favor, will you cut out the baby jazz and just leave that for guys like Sonny Lane?
Sure. And it's supposed to change, right? Forget the Sonny Lanes, forget the people, forget all the faces, all the years, all the places. It doesn't come off with makeup, you know. Look at me.
No. No, you look at me. Just look. Look. Can you see it? That's you. That's what I see. So don't do any numbers about dignity and self-respect, all right? Let's just let forever start today.
Listen, what would you think about, hot fudge on top of shrimps?
Perfect. Let me just call in a new 10-7.
Let me do it. 10-7-F.
F.
As in friends.
near me. You're unclean. I saw you with her. Don't touch me. I'll jump.
Mike! Steve's up there.
If you jump, all those people down there will know that you killed yourself for a woman like that.
She's unclean. Harlot. In darkness. They corrupt in darkness. They must die.
She's down there right now. And she's waiting for you. Yeah. Just hoping that you'll jump. Then she can tell everybody why.
Dirty, filthy harlot! Lying, vicious harlot! Dirt! You touched me. You've been with her.
Graham.
And you touched me.
Mr. Graham. Do you remember me, Mr. Graham? Lieutenant Stone. We met in your office.
My office?
That's right, Mr. Graham. You are Lauren Graham, aren't you? Well, now, you do remember me, Mr. Graham. Your secretary, Miss Winter, she asked me to help find you. She's a lovely woman. Everything a woman should be. Decent, honest, clean.
Yes. Miss Winters. Good woman. Inspector Stone, is it?
Lieutenant Stone, that's Inspector Keller.
Well, how do you do, Inspector?
Mr. Graham?
Well, is there anything I can do for you, gentlemen?
Well, I just thought that maybe you and I could have a little talk together.
Oh, certainly. I'd be glad to.
Good.
What are we stopping here for?
Just get me the paper. I want the box score.
You can't get a paper in there.
Inside, you can.
Since when?
Since now.
Yes, sir.
It's a lovely day.
Did you get her that job?
No, buddy boy, you did.
Give me the box score. Jeez. All right, I'm gonna do you one better. I'm gonna get you a box seat at Candlestick Park tonight.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
of San Francisco, a Quinn Martin production. Starring Carl Malden. Also starring Michael Douglas. With guest stars William Wyndham, Jacqueline Scott, Joanne Harris, Stephen Oliver. Tonight's episode, 45 Minutes from Home.
Going across the bridge?
Huh?
Are you going across the bridge?
Oh, yes.
Good. It's green. Turn right. First time?
What?
Across the bridge.
Yes.
Welcome to the Golden Gate. Total length 1 7/10 miles. Height of the tower 846 feet.
Oh.
With a vehicular capacity of 283,000 per 24-hour day.
Wow.
Total cost $35 million.
How do you know all that?
I used to work a bus. UPAC. Unified what? Postman?
Pharmaceuticals. The AC stands for,
Annual convention.
It shows, huh?
Pharmaceutics, what's that? Drugs and stuff like that?
Yes.
And you're a salesman.
20 years with the same firm.
20 years? You've been doing that all my life? What a drag. Mine? L.A.
Yes. How did you...
And I'll bet you've been married to the same woman all your life.
That's right. 22 years.
2 kids, a boy and a girl.
No, just one, a girl. She's a lot like you, actually. Karen.
You look austere. The architect and chief engineer was Joseph P. Stroud, a specialist in long-span bridges and a poet. There's something funky about a houseboat, don't you think?
Funky?
You know, real. Coming? Here. Well?
I don't think I'd better. I do have a noon meeting that I should...
Well, it's up to you.
What sort of knitting do you call this?
Macrame. I do it.
And the pottery?
A friend. Oh, I'm Lita. And you?
Garver. Tom Garver.
Mr. Tom Garver. Do you, smell grass? Oh, I guess not. Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Match?
Hmm.
Never mind. We're tripping anyway, aren't we, Mr. Garver?
What is this? What are you doing?
Something you've always wanted to do, right? You just wouldn't do it on your own turf. With your wife and daughters somewhere around the corner.
Lita, please stop.
But you want to know what it's like, don't you? That's why you picked me up.
I didn't pick.
Now you tell me you're just not like all the rest. You tell your daughters to do one thing and you do another. You know what would be funny? If right now your daughter was with some other old man. And I do mean old, Mr. Tom Garver. You should see yourself with that trust me smile. And that raunchy little mind of yours. You're a hypocrite. Yes, you're a hypocrite. A hypocrite. Can you hear me? A hypocrite! A hypocrite!
Lita?
Who did it?
Oh, my head.
Who was it this time?
I'm bleeding.
What was his name?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. Garver or something. Hey, Brett, would you get me a towel or something?
Garver. What was his first name?
I'm bleeding!
What was it?
Tom. Tom! Now, would you get me something for my head? Oh.
Tom Garver.
Please.
another tea besides Colong or Jet? No, Mike, come on. I just checked out.
So did someone in Marin County. We got a 904. They need assistance.
What'd you tell her?
I just told her that your wife and kids were getting tired waiting for the wonton.
Mike. Hey, Mike.
Lieutenant Stone?
Mr. Wade?
Right.
Inspector Keller.
Hi.
What do we got?
Coroner's inside now. Witness says he thinks the suspect headed for Golden Gate, and that's your jurisdiction.
Who's the witness?
Name's Wilson, Brett Wilson. Lives here.
Is he the guy that found the body?
Yeah, pretty shook up by it, too. Living together quite a while. Anyway, could be a waltz. He says he saw the killer.
Well, maybe we better see him.
Doctor, Lieutenant Stone, Inspector Keller. San Francisco homicide.
How do you do? 2 blows. One at the back of the head, another by the right temple. I'll need an autopsy to establish precise cause of death.
This how the body was found?
Nothing's been moved.
Somebody had a little party. This the weapon?
Looks like.
Mr. Wilson, the sergeant said you were the one that found her?
That's right.
Is that L-I-T-A?
Yeah, Lita Brewer.
How long did you know her?
A year, maybe. I met her in the city. Like she needed a roof, you know. She was a nice chick. We grooved together for a while. But, wow, man, like, I don't know. Like maybe I'm responsible.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
There's a lot of chicks in the city. I just didn't have all that much time to give to her. You know how it is. And I guess she needed somebody to just groove with her and nobody else. Maybe she went out and met some kind of a weirdo because I wasn't around.
You said you met her in the city. Is she from the Bay Area?
Idaho. Somewhere around, what is it, Pocatello?
This yours?
No, I never saw it before. Maybe it was his, huh? You know, the guy who, oh, man.
You said you saw him run to the car. What kind of car do you have?
A convertible. New. Dark blue, maybe black.
Did you happen to see his license number?
No. But I got a good look at his face. Like he had a hard time getting his car started, you know? And, I got his name.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I forgot. It's all been such a nightmare. But, Lita told me right before she died.
Never mind all that. What's the name?
Garver. Tom Garver.
Telephone call for Mr. Russell Rankin. Mr. Russell Rankin, telephone.
Hey, Russ!
Yeah.
It's you. Telephone.
Yes, my name is Rankin. I understand you have a call from me.
Ross? Hi.
Hello, Emily.
I've been trying to reach you for about 2 hours.
I know, honey. I've been busy.
Listen, this is really a silly thing to bother you with, but, the washing machine's leaking again. The man said that the boat is gonna cost $32 to fix it. Now, is that all right?
What?
Well, the washing machine, I know it's a lot, but...
Sweetheart, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, listen, I knew it was a dumb reason to call, but...
No, I didn't dumb at all. I'm glad you called. Just thinking about you.
You were?
Hmm?
You know, it's funny, the jets make it just 45 minutes from home, but it seems so far.
Emily? I love you.
I think I better send you away from home more often.
Look, honey, I've got to run along the noon conference.
Take care of yourself, okay?
Yes, I will. You too, huh?
Bye-bye.
Bye.
As soon as they're all here, we'll start with McElwain's pep talk.
All right, Bud, very good. Hello, I'm John Collins, Secretary of the Convention. I don't think that I've met you gentlemen.
We're looking for a Garver, a Tom Garver.
Oh, yes, certainly. That's Tom over there. Not hard to find him in this crowd with those clothes. Excuse me, are you with the convention?
No, we're with the city.
Oh, isn't that nice? Bud, very good, Bud.
Mr. Garver,
Yeah, what can I do for you?
could I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, later, huh?
No, I have never been to any houseboat in Sausalito. No, I have never known any girl named Lita.
Mr. Garber, we're as anxious as you are to get this cleared up.
You know, a witness told us that the victim identified you by name before she died.
What am I, the only Tom Garver in the world?
The only one registered at the townhouse.
So?
You said you were at the hotel all morning. Can you prove that?
Look, I don't see why I should have to be proving anything. I thought...
Who were you with?
I'd rather not say.
Any special reason why?
Yeah, it's nobody's business why. That's why.
Number one, you have the right to remain silent. Number two, anything you say...
Wait a minute. I was with our vice president in charge of sales, Mr. McElwain. I was making a move on another guy's territory. Well, you guys have been around. You know how it is.
It's going to have to be verified.
Well, isn't there some other way?
That gentleman with the lieutenant. You sure?
Garver's older. At least 40.
This is your lucky day, Mr. Garver. I don't usually buy drinks for anyone. What now, Lieutenant? Just keep looking. How tall did you say he was?
Well, like I said, I couldn't tell. He was in the car when I saw him.
About 40.
Over, maybe. Like most of these guys.
Can you describe his face?
How do you describe a man's face?
Well, you're an artist, aren't you?
Like I throw clay, man. Don't worry, if he's here, I'll know.
And was found not guilty by Superior Court Judge Harold Lawrence. Earlier today in Marin County,
The body of young Lita Brewer was discovered aboard a houseboat in the Artist Colony Marina, known as the Floating City, near Sausalito. San Francisco homicide detectives are cooperating with Marin County authorities, who gave this report to newsman Cliff.
That's what we came up here to get away from, old buddy.
Terrible things going on in the world today. It's full of a lot of sick people, you know that?
Yeah. What do you think keeps us in business?
Well, I carry a revolver.
You're kidding.
Everywhere I go. It's in my suitcase right now.
Boom Boom Collins. You mean to say you can still buy those things?
Oh, sure you can, but you have to register them. Takes 3 days, they fingerprint you and everything.
Hey, Russ, you can't leave now. You're the host.
I just remembered I've got to check in a car. You guys go ahead.
I believe the actual count is 267 people in the convention. They're all from out of town, of course.
Could we have a list of all the names, please?
Certainly, Lieutenant. It'll take a moment. We'll wait.
Excuse me, fellas, but I get a phone by the men's room, okay?
We'll be right here.
Great.
I picked this car up at the airport, but the starter's bad.
I hope you weren't inconvenienced. If you'll fill out a new form, please, I'll see what we have.
Hi there. Mr. Rankin. Russell L. Rankin.
I don't suppose you'd tell me why you need this list, Lieutenant?
No, confidential.
267 possibilities. Any one of them could have used Garver's name.
Or any one of the employees here. Or anyone sitting in the bar listening to a name.
Hey, man, like I just remembered, I've got something on for tonight with a chick. It's getting kind of late.
Mike?
Don't get lost. Okay.
Good. Well, I mean, you know, like if it's anything important, like I said, I do want to help.
No, we understand. Thank you.
Good.
He doesn't seem to be too broken up over his girl's death, does he?
Well, that was just one of his girls, remember? I mean, he didn't have that much time for her. Well, like, you know how it is, man.
No, tell me sometime.
No, well, right now we've got 267 names to run through R&I. And a lot more to learn about Lita Brewer and Brett Wilson. Come on.
Yes?
Mr. Rankin?
Who is it?
Telegram.
Well, just stick it under the door, please.
I am sorry, sir. I need your signature. Why'd you do it, Rankin? Was it because she laughed at you when you tried to kiss her? Huh? Or maybe when you made your move on her? And she let you make that move, didn't she?
It was an accident. I didn't mean for the...
Get up. Get up and be a man. You can't do it, can you?
Please listen. You must understand.
First time you saw her, I'll bet you thought, maybe this time I can make it. Huh? What happened? What happened? I see. Yeah.
sorry. I'm so sorry. You must believe that.
Believe it? I believe it, man. Yeah, I believe it.
What are you going to do?
Nothing, man. I'm not going to do anything. You are.
What do you want?
Not much. Say, $1,000?
$1,000? I haven't got it.
You'll get it for me, won't you? And you bring it by the houseboat. Tomorrow.
But how can I raise that kind of money? I can't let anyone know.
That's the big problem with secrets, Mr. Rankin. Somebody always knows.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Atta-way, chickie, baby. Atta-way. There we go. And you just keep them coming, here. All right, now listen, after a little dinner, maybe you can show me what this town's all about, huh?
Tom?
Russ! Like you to meet an old friend of the family. Sit down, sit down. Maybe she's got a sister.
Tom, I'm a little short. I thought maybe you could help me out.
Me? Well, what about your longtime buddies, Russ Spade?
Oh, I tried them. They can't swing it. Tom, this is very important to me.
Well, I'm sure it must be, Russ, but I'm not very big for favors. You see, my philosophy is...
I know what your philosophy is, Tom. That's why I thought maybe you could handle it. You've had your eye on my territory for a long time.
That's very observant, Russ.
Well, it could be that I'm willing to part with a piece of it.
For what?
$1,000.
$1,000? For what?
Well, let's say 10%.
Sorry.
It's worth 5 times as much. You know that.
Oh, yeah, I know that, Russ. But why should I pay for it? McElwade's going to give it to me someday soon anyway. And you know that.
Excuse me.
Oh, hi, Russ. Come on in. You know, I can't find any X297s. You wouldn't happen to have some, would you?
To tell you the truth, Johnny, I don't carry them. I just take orders.
That's funny. That's a good one. Why is it every time I'm away from home, my throat suffers something awful? Well, anyway, enough of that. What's on your mind?
In a word, I did come by to put the arm on you.
Financial bond? Well, they ought to have a pill for that, too, huh?
They certainly should, because what I need is $1,000.
Wow. To tell you the truth, I'm just about tapped myself. But listen, with your record last year, maybe the VP in charge of sales would help you out. Stick around. I'll just be 1 minute. Wait for me now.
Oh, listen, don't worry about it, John. It'll keep.
What was that?
I say it'll keep. Don't worry about it, Johnny.
Oh.
people you meet in hotel corridors. Now say hello, Emily.
Hello, Emily.
Then you did know her.
Huh? Did I say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know her. She was a cool chick.
The word I got was that she and her old man Brett were really tight. Guess I heard wrong, huh?
Look, she's dead, okay?
Thought you were a humanitarian, Robert. Aren't we all diminished by another person's death?
Okay. I said I knew Lita. Nobody knew Lita. Cool? Man, she was cold. Like dry ice. You know, touch and get burned. Now, if she was tight with this guy Wilson, it's one of the best kept secrets since the Pentagon Papers.
Maybe she's better off. I know that's a terrible thing to say, but life's not much without, well, without someone who can love you.
Guess it's rough being lonely.
If not being loved means being lonely. Oh, Lita had lots of, I don't know what you call them. Like walking shadows, maybe. Brief candles. Shakespeare, not mine.
What you're saying is that Brett and Lita were not in love.
I suppose there are other things besides sex. I think Brett finds release in the pottery he makes. I hope so.
Do you mean that...
I mean, we all have our problems. And his are just pretty rough when you look the way he does.
Like, don't judge a book.
Something like that.
Thank you. And if I want to get those photographs enlarged, I can call you at this number here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I think I got the short end of the stick.
Where are you parked?
Up the block. Let's see.
Forget it.
Oh, come on, it can't be that serious. She's got her own dark room, too, I'll bet.
If I find out, I'll let you know. Give me that. What'd you get from R&I?
Well, all I can say is United Pharmaceutical has 267 men with A1 backgrounds.
What about Pocatello?
2 arrests, no convictions.
Let me guess. Suspicion of possession.
That's not a guess, and you know it. She a hit?
Yeah, a little grass, maybe not much. She's not in any hard stuff. But the big thing that I learned about Lita Brewer is she's not the score we all thought she was. Oh, she turned down a lot of guys, all right. But she turned them off better.
You mean a tease?
Yeah. She'd meet a guy, pick him up, take him home, get him going, and then turn that poor guy right off. He'd get mad and smack her. And if you think that's weird, there's something else.
Keep rolling, buddy boy. Keep rolling. Brett Wilson.
Now, he said she couldn't get enough of him, right?
You mean Groovy Brett?
Right. Groovy Brett.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out he ain't as equipped as he looks.
You mean there's some doubt about that?
Yeah, according to the grapevine.
You mean that all this He-Man stuff, that's just a front for something?
He's impotent, Mike.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. I'm telling you, the guy is impotent.
Impotent?
Yeah. This isn't any medical opinion, but it came from where you always told me to find the truth.
Yeah, the streets, I know. And according to the coroner's report, she had 1 blow to the back of the head and 1 to the right temple.
Yeah.
Did you happen to notice which hand Wilson favors?
No.
Well, maybe we better find out.
You know, there's something else. Somebody still used Garber's name.
Maybe Wilson isn't too anxious for us to find him.
Maybe, or maybe he just doesn't want his problem publicized.
And we better have a little more than maybes.
So we got something else.
That didn't seem too important before. We had that eyewitness report and that deathbed identification. We got the convertible.
The convertible, yeah. Dark-colored convertible. Say, if it was one of our 267 solid citizens behind the wheel, there's only one of two places.
You're right, the hotel or the airport.
You're driving.
Hmm? Are you angry with me?
Of course not.
What is it?
Oh, it's just that I have to go out for a little while, that's all.
No, that's not all. You think I can share your life for over 20 years, not know when something's wrong?
Well, there's nothing, there's nothing really wrong.
Is it the sales report? I mean, is it because your last quarter's sales were down? Well, honey, that wasn't your fault. I mean, did you tell them that? I mean, nobody could have worked any... I mean, you did everything that... Well, they're not going to take your territory away, are they?
I don't really know, Emily.
Did Tom Garver go to the vice president again? Did he go to see McElwaite?
Yeah, something like that, I think. I've got to go out now, Emily, but I will be back in an hour.
Well, listen, you tell him that, Mr. McElwaite. You tell him that Garver has been phoning your accounts. No, I'm serious. You're too good a man for that. You let him know what's going on, okay? Because you're a great husband, and you're a terrific father, and you're the world's best salesman. So you go and tell that to Mr. McElwaite. Ross.
That is no concern of yours.
It's no concern of mine. Oh, my God, tell me what's going on.
Honey, listen to me. Honey, it's all right. Come over here a minute. Just for a minute. Come here, please. Now, listen to me. How many times have you and I seen those kids hitchhiking on Sunset Boulevard? Youngsters, Karen's age. Well, I stopped and gave one of them a lift the other day. She lives on the other side of the bridge in a houseboat, and she asked me to drop her off.
We got this information from your airport office. They told us that a Mr. Russell Rankin checked out a car there and then turned it in here yesterday.
Yes, sir. He was having some trouble with it. We gave him another one.
Was it trouble with the starter?
Yes, sir. It was the starter.
Thank you.
Someone saw me. There was a man who knew I was there. And he came here to the room. He wanted money not to tell the police. So that's why I got the pistol, to frighten him. Just to frighten him.
No, listen. We'll go to the police because it wasn't murder. It was an accident.
But you see, Emily, I can't prove that. She's dead.
Ross! Oh.
Well, I'd like to see Mr. Rankin, please.
Oh, come in. I was just trying to call somebody. And
didn't know who. There was this man who saw it. And he came to Russell, and he asked him for money.
He came where, ma'am?
Here, at the hotel.
Well, where's your husband now?
I don't know. He said something about a houseboat, but I don't know. And you've got to find him because, I mean, he's not that way. I mean, he's not like that at all.
He's not like what?
He's got a gun.
Stay here.
But please don't hurt him. I mean, what happened before was an accident. I mean, he told me that. He's not a killer.
Go ahead and shoot. Maybe you'd be doing me a favor.
Why didn't you go to the police?
What would it buy?
$1,000. Is that the price you put on love?
Love. I'll tell you about her kind of love. She took everything I had, man. Everything that I could possibly give her. And then she brought them up here. To home, the home that I gave her. And she did it again. And again. And again. And she made sure that I knew about it.
Mr. Rankin? I just left your wife, Mr. Rankin. She told us what happened.
That's him. Now, that's the guy that I saw, the one that said he was Garver?
Mr. Rankin. Mr. Rankin, we know it was an accident. Say, you don't handle guns very much, do you? That one you've got there is a borrowed gun, isn't it? What kind is that one, Mr. Rankin? Is it a... Yeah, it looks like a .32 caliber. It's a neat little weapon. But you know, if you want to show it to someone, that's not the way to do it, you see. It could go off.
He tried to kill me.
That's not what I saw. Did you, Steve? Well, we'll hold them both for Wade. It's his jurisdiction.
Man. Now, it's him. I saw him do it.
How many times you see him at the hotel? All right, turn around. Put your hands on that table. Spread your feet apart.
Wilson! Steve! Get around on the dock!
strike the bottom later.
Buddy boy.
USPPD. I wonder what that one means.
I don't think I want to find out. What, we got something here?
Well, I figure if you can say a wife with kids in Chinese, you can say single with Sunday night off in English.
Who gave you Sunday night off?
Come on, Confucius. Come on.